Hello everyone, this is my playthrough of Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. My name is Soul on Fire, or everyone usually calls me Soul. This will be a little bit of a walkthrough and show you how I do things to get through the game. And if you have any questions, you can ask at the end of the video down in the comments. Let's get going.
They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
Wake up. We're here. Why are you shaking? Are you okay? Wake up. Stand up. There you go.
Hello, Jib.
You were dreaming. What's your name? Not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go. Why? It comes to go. This is where you get off. Come with me.
Alright, get going. WASD to move. Mouse looks around with the crosshairs.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and it'll show you to the census office.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Alright, for this playthrough, I'm going to pick my favorite race, Dark Elf. They have magic and combat, and a couple of stealth skills. They're most of the middle of the road, like hybrid race. So if you want to do magic and fighting with melee weapons, they're perfect for that.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release. Yes.
Sakusius Orgala.
You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
Alright, you can choose here to generate a class, which means you answer some questions, and then based on your answers, they'll pick a class for you. Or you could pick a class from the pre-made list that they have on the game. Or, my personal favorite, create custom class, because that way you know exactly what you're dealing with and what skills you're going to be using, and you get to pick your favorite attributes. Alright, specialization. You get a +5, and whatever your specialization is, there's combat, magic, and stealth. Based on what kind of character you want to build, we're going to go with combat this time. I'm picking strength because I like having a high strength when I start out. That way I can carry more stuff and I hit harder. And I know Dark Elves have a low willpower, so I'm going to pick willpower to level that out. And then I'll start picking our major skills. Also, This is my recommendation. Always pick a secondary offensive. So this time I'm picking short blade. You can go with bow, spear, blunt, axe, or you can pick destruction. That's the great thing about Elder Scrolls, is you can build whatever character to do whatever you want. Also, another thing I recommend is choosing either alteration or security. That way you have a way to open locks. Security, all it does is pick locks. Alteration has a lot more uses for it. You can open locks. You can use levitate, water walking, water breathing. It has way more uses. But if you're wanting to play a thief character, you can do security just for like role-playing purposes. But alteration is the better option, I think.
Very good. The letter that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
Alright, for this playthrough, we're going to go with the lady, because Dark Elves have a low personality, and you can also get a nice boost to endurance to start out with. This is a permanent buff, Fortify attribute for personality by 25, and endurance by 25.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
This is your character sheet. This is what your character looks like before you leave. If you want to make any changes.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release, please.
Most people will tell you to steal this. I would say so too. Pick it up, drop it. The guard will come over and talk to you. Pick it up. Oh, like nothing ever happened. Leave this here, just in case the other guard decides to try to take it from us. You cannot go through this door until you pick up the ring in this barrel. Now, so he doesn't catch us, we're going to pick up the warehouse key, set it back down.
Yes.
And then we're going to ask him about Morrowind. Duties. He'll give us directions to Caius Casatus and a package for him. And 87 gold. Now we're going to leave. We give the ring to Fargoth. I'm sure most people know who he is by now. He will give you a recommendation at the trader over here, at the trade house. So you get better prices on the stuff that you sell. We'll go back in here.
I'm listening.
Grab our warehouse key. Start pilfering through everything. We're going to grab this lockpick, since we don't have an open spell. Sometimes these baskets have good stuff in them, but sometimes they have just complete junk. Hacklow leaf sells really good. And we'll go sell our stuff at the trade house real quick.
What is this about?
We'll go upstairs. We'll get that expensive book real quick. Now we'll go rob the warehouse. It'll give us a little bit of starting money. Then we'll jump into the main quest.
Yeah.
Gonna save. We'll go to the trade house, get rid of this stuff that we just pilfered. Alright, now that we've sold all our stuff, let's get going. We'll get us an enchanted weapon, and we'll start on the main quest.
I'm listening.
Here's a enchanted dagger and 50 gold. We'll go up the road a little bit. Tar Heel fell from the sky, and now we're going to go grab his scrolls. And now we got us an enchanted longsword. We'll head on back to Seydenine. We'll take the Silt Strider to Balmora instead of walking. Alright. We are going to sell these scrolls, and then we will look at the directions to see where we got to find Caius. Also to note, since I started off with mysticism, restoration, alteration, I get a mysticism spell, a restoration spell, and 2 alteration spells. Also, if you start off with other schools of magic in your major skills, you'll get some extra spells too starting out. Alright, looks like we gotta go to the South Wall Corner Club.
You want something, friend?
Something I forgot to get us. That'll make things a lot easier. And another reason I picked mysticism as a major skill. Also, we should check out the guilds, because they offer some good resources that we can use. Join the Fighters Guild. And now they have health potions, repair hammers if we need them. They weigh a lot though. And we'll head over to the Mages Guild. We'll join.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
And we go through their stuff too. This is just free supplies that they offer anybody. We want to travel to Vivek.
Go ahead.
While we're here, we'll go through this chest.
Something you need?
Go to our right. Make another right. We want to talk to this woman right here. She sells the mark and recall spell.
Speak freely, friend.
Head back to the Mages Guild. Now we're going to travel back to Balmora.
I'm listening, please. Go ahead.
And talk to this guy.
What do you think of Balmora, Outlander?
And we're going to get us an unlock spell. We can grab water breathing over here too, because it's not very expensive. Levitate we'll leave for... You know what, let's just get it. Now we will go to Caius and get started on the main quest. report to Caius Casadas. And then we're going to ask for orders right away. I'll leave it up on the screen for a second if anyone wants to read. I'm going to say goodbye. And we'll talk to him again. Ask him about Blades trainers. And we want to go to this lady.
Greetings, friend. I'm up for conversation, if you care to talk.
She can train us in Longblade and medium armor. Now we'll go back to Caius. We're going to cast our mark spell here. This is a demonstration. You can see on the map there's going to be an X. That shows where you marked your spell. And that's where you're going to recall when you cast the recall spell. It'll also show on this little map down here. Now we're going to ask him for orders. I'll leave this up on the screen for a few seconds. Let's rest to get some magic back. Alright. We'll open our journal. Looks like we gotta go to the Fighters Guild. We're going to go down here and talk to Hasfat and Tabalus. We're going to wait and get some fatigue back. We're going to cast our mark spell for him. That way, we can come back here when the quest is over. Favor. And we're going to ask about Arctic at the end. And he'll give us some directions. I'll leave it up on the screen for a few seconds. Alright.
Go ahead and listen.
Morrowind is a lot of reading and a lot of walking. Fatigue is very important in this game. Now we're getting to the first challenge. And some people call this Morrowind's first boss. So we're going to rest. Get our magic and fatigue back. Then we're going to save. He doesn't really have anything good on him, just a lot of heavy stuff. Found us a ruby. These crates just have a little bit of gold, not really worth taking. Get our health back. Unfortunately, that happens quite a bit. Alright, we are at the door to the Dwemer Ruins, and we are being attacked by a rat of the sky. Now, the only way to open this door is to use this dwarven crank right here. So, if you ever get lost and don't know how to open it, this is why. We'll save it. As you can see, my fatigue is low, so I can't hit him. There we go. Can't rest, so we're going to have to use some potions. We'll head up here. This is a fun place to explore, but since we're just doing a guide, I'm just going to go straight to the Dwemer puzzle box. This guy has a few decent potions. The only one I really care for is the cure common disease and the rising force, which is a levitation potion. There's our puzzle box. Alright. We're going to recall. Click favor. Now we'll ask him about the 6th house. He gives us notes and we get a journal entry. Now we're going to head back to Caius. Before we go to Caius, let's rest up. We'll go sell this armor.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
Hello, Outlander.
We're going to travel Caldera. Stop at this guy and buy a few decent potions. Always nice to have a levitation potion. And a restore strength for bone walkers. We could take some of this stuff up here since we're in the Mages Guild. Don't take anything else because they will try to kill you. We're going to go over here to one of the best merchants in the game. My favorite merchant. Grab this book. Grab this other book. Before we sell him anything, we're going to go up here and get us some medium armor to start with. Helps us out since we're just started. We get a little bit of armor on now. He only has 5,000 gold. So we're going to sell him as much as we can. Going to wait 24 hours. Go back. Sell again. Now we have some gold in our pocket. Now we're going to head back, go talk to Caius, and take him these notes.
Yes, Fernando. What do you want?
Balmora.
I suppose I have a moment. What is it?
Yes.
Now we can see better.
Do I know you? Do I know you?
Talk to Caius, and we're going to ask orders. He takes the notes, and he has some new orders for us. Now we have to go to the Mages Guild and talk to Sharngra Musgub and ask her about the Nerevarine.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Get a little bit of training. Alright, we're going to head on down and talk to this orc. We get our mark spell ready. Since you continued on and furthered the main quest, you get stopped by random sleepers in a lot of the major cities. I've never been attacked by them, but I've heard that sometimes they might attack you. So be on your guard. Another sleeper. Wow. 2 in the same area. That means there's a 6-house base nearby.
Is there something you need?
Alright, this is the orc we have to talk to, so let's get some fatigue back. We're going to cast Mark. We're going to ask her about Aaron. And then we'll ask her about the Ancestral Tomb. She'll give us a few items. Enchanted short sword and a couple of scrolls.
There is much to discuss.
Since we got this far, we're going to save it. Because this part is a lot of walking. Get rid of this weather. Wait, look at that. We can see again. Alright, now we have to walk to Pelagiad, which is a long walk. I decided to go this way instead of quick traveling and teleporting. That way, as a guide, you know exactly where it's at by walking there instead of me just teleporting all over the place. The easiest way is to go to Vivek with the Silt Strider, cast Divine Intervention, it takes you to Pelagiad, then you go outside, and it's right down the road from the city. But instead, I'm going to go the long way. Alright, let's continue on. We're heading for the Andrano Ancestral Tomb. There's a cave if anybody wants to explore it on the way. Sometimes find some good stuff and There's bandits usually in there. There's another cave off to the side, if anybody wants to explore that on the way. I don't want to make this video super long, so I'm deciding not to enter those side caves, even though that's half the fun of Morrowind, is just exploring the map. There's so much out there. And you never know what you're going to find. There's Pelagiad. And the tomb should be just around the corner. Alright. We can see the top of the tomb right there. We're almost there. Andrano Ancestral Tomb. So we're gonna wait, get some fatigue back, we're gonna save it, and then we're gonna jump in. Remember, if you're fighting these ghosts, you have to have either an enchanted weapon or a silver weapon. Those arrows are so good. We're gonna have to get some fatigue, health. Okay, filled that 3 times. Alright, we're gonna save it because that's a bone walker on the other side. They will drain your stats, especially your strength and endurance. Alright, we're all done here, so we will recall.
What is your business here?
Ask about Aaron. Also, don't do what I just did and forget the whole reason we came here. We need this skull. Now we recall.
There is much to discuss, much to learn.
Ask her about Aaron, and then you can ask her about the Nerevarine cult. You want to read more of the lore? This explains who Nerevar is. We're going to head back to Caius. We'll head back to Caius. Give him these notes, and then we can start looking into another quest. Sometimes you find some good stuff in there, like an enchanted piece of clothing or a weapon. Orders. We'll ask for orders again. Looks like we got a mission to Vivek.
I'd be happy to talk.
We're going to mark. First, we'll get a little bit of stats back. Then we will mark. Save. We will head to Vivek. We'll sell this book. Taking the Mages Guild way is faster, less walking than taking the Silt Strider, where you have to climb up the side of the building just to get in. Instead, we're automatically in the foreign quarter. All we got to do is go to the lower wasteworks and talk to our first informant. Alright, we're looking for the Black Shulk Corner Club. Yep, here we are. Before we do this, we're going to save it, because there's going to be a fight. Troublesome Fools. Friends Bookstore. And then when we travel together, these guys are going to attack us. Should have got some fatigue back before I started this, but yeah, Travel together. And now he will follow you to Jabba Shah's bookstore.
What is it, Sarah? Thank you.
We're going to ask him about the Remembering Cult. Get a journal entry and he'll give us some notes.
Welcome, traveler. Speak.
Next, you have two options. You can steal the Progress of Truth, or you can go buy it. I'm going to steal it. As long as the Ordinator's not watching. You can also buy it from Jabba Shah, because you'll need it later on
Such fine company, one would be one.
for the quest for Mera Milo, which you'll see in a little bit. Now we want to head to St. Olms. Gondola is a great way to get around Vivek because it's so huge. Let's go to the arena. Temples down this area. Go to the temple. And we are right at St. Olms, just around the corner.
What was that?
Alright, I'm going to want to go in here. This is the Wasteworks. Canal Works. We're going to want to go down here. This is the Khajiit we're looking for. Ask her about the Census and Excise agent.
What Khajiit?
Then we're going to go back upstairs. Well, up the ladder. We'll talk to this guy. Ask her about her. Lie to him. And then we're going to head back down to her. To the Khajiit. Gonna ask her about the Six House Cult. We'll get a journal entry. And then you can read. There's a little bit of lore here.
Greetings, friend.
Now we have one more stop. Mayor of Milo.
Masera.
She is at the temple library. For saving time, I'm going to take one of our Almisvi scrolls, teleport straight to the temple. All of Wisdom. And we're going to go up the stairs. Library of Vivek. And this is the woman we want to talk to. You talk to her, and she'll walk back this way. And this is the part of the quest where you need the progress of truth to take to Caius.
What is this about?
Ask her about the Nereverian cult, persecution, dissident priests, progress of truth, Nereverian prophecies, watched by ordinators. And if you want to read this just explains about the descendant priests and why the temple does not like the Nereverian cult. We're going to get our fatigue back up. Recall.
You seem like very good company.
We'll just exit out of this. And we'll talk to him again and ask about orders. We have to go find an Ashlander informant in Alderun. And also we have to get him a gift. But we could just take the Silk Strider to Alderun. We're going to hop on the Silk Strider. Aldrun. This rest, or wait, I mean. Brighter outside, we can actually see. Now this guy likes poetry. So what we need to do is go to the bookseller here in town and get him a poetry book.
Under sun and sky, Outlander, we greet you warmly.
I'm listening.
We're going to want to get Words of the Wind. Now we want to go to the Aldskar Inn. That's where he's hanging out.
Why are you here?
From where do you hail?
We'll ask him his name. We'll ask him about business. Ask him about the gift-giving customs. And then we'll go to Thoughtful Gift. And that'll give him the book and give us a journal entry. Then you want to ask him about Ashlanders. It'll give us another journal entry and give us the notes. I'll leave this up here if anybody wants to read it.
3 blessings.
Now we're going to wait and get our fatigue back and head back to Caius.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead. I'm all ears.
He's putting us on another mission to go to the Ursulaku camp to ask them about the Never-Ending prophecies. And we need to go to Fort Moonmoth to get some essential supplies. Now to get to Fort Moonmoth, we're going to use our Divine Intervention, or you can use a Scroll of Divine Intervention. Takes us to the nearest Imperial Cult Shrine. Now we are looking for
Oh, Outland, did you want something?
our handy-dandy journal. We're looking for this person and this person. I know where one of them is. We're going to ask him about essential supplies. He'll give us some potions. We'll especially need the blight and common disease potions. We're looking for Crulius Pontanian. No. Yep, that's him.
You want something, friend?
We're going to ask him about essential supplies. He'll give us some scrolls. Now we want to head back to Balmora.
Yes.
Something to note, if you want to travel to the nearest temple, you use Almasivi Intervention, scroll or the spell. You can buy the spell at most temples in different cities. If you want to go to an Imperial Cult Shrine to get your diseases taken away or fix your attributes, you can use Divine Intervention and it'll take you to the closest Imperial Cult Shrine. Somebody hung the carpet up. Alright. Aldrin. Then, we're going to travel to Margan.
We make a special trip just for you.
And the Ursulaku camp should be just in this area up here. That's where we're headed. Something else I forgot to mention is when you're fighting or trying to cast a spell, if your fatigue is low, you're going to have a lot higher chance of failing. So always keep your fatigue high. or you're not going to be able to hit much. That's why you see me resting a lot, trying to get fatigue back. Get some fatigue back. Because we'll probably run into a lot more enemies. Rest for a little bit. Get it to daytime. It's a long walk there, so if you get bored, you can always skip ahead to the video. Skip the video ahead, you know, because it's a long walk to Urshalaku. Get our fatigue back up again. We will press on. Some Dwemer ruins. Also a fun place to explore. Like I said before, a lot of Morrowind is just exploring. Like up here, there's a cave right here. It's never the wrong time to go exploring. I could get lost for hours in this game just exploring the different caves and dungeons. What's this one called? And also, if you want to, I know for Android, you can download the Morrowind Helper app, and it helps a lot. It's got maps, it teaches you how to do enchantments, potions, and you can do a character planner on there. It'll show you all the stats based on what you choose, based on your race, gender, starting skills, specialization, everything. It's a great resource. Daedric shrines are an interesting place to explore too. They can be full of Daedra and worshippers. Some of them are violent, some of them are. They don't care if you're there. But some of them will try to kill you. Here we've arrived at the Urshulaku camp. You can't talk to Nabani Mesa yet, and you cannot talk to the Ashkan. They will ignore you and tell you have to talk to one of the Gulakons, which is like a warrior. So we'll talk to Zabalun. We'll ask him about the Nerevarine prophecies, and then we'll offer to pay a tribute. Then he says, go ahead to the Ashkan's yurt and speak with Solmatul. Nerevarine prophecies. Then we're going to ask about initiation rite. Urshulaku burial caverns. You get a couple journal entries. And what we're going to do is get our fatigue back. Then we're going to mark right here. That way, once we're done with this next quest. Alright. He's sending us to go get the Bonebiter bow from the astral ancestral burial grounds of the Urshulaku, which is south. So kind of in this area right here. Well, I was trying to make a day and we get attacked. Take all this stuff though. That'll sell nicely. The light. Alright, after wandering around for about 5 minutes, I finally found it. Get her fatigue up. Astral Burial. We're going to want to save it. Silence arrows. Those will sell nicely too. Now, when we get closer to the inside of this place, deeper inside anyway, we will find a great sword that we're gonna get called Mage Bane. And that's another reason I grab those Rising Force potions when I can. It's because we'll need to fly around and get it. Rest to get our health back. We're going to save it. And here we are. Mage Bane. Glass claymore, I should say, not a longsword. It could be considered a longsword. There's also a few odds and ends around here if you want to. Now that we have our glass sword, we're going to look for the Juno burial ground. Burial cavern, I should say. Alright, this is what you're looking for, is the Juno burial. Paralyze arrows. take those arrows from this guy. Those are nice to have. We get a little bit of a payday on these arrows. Alright, we're going to save it. And we are almost at the Bone Biter bow. Just right around the corner. And we have to kill his ghost. I don't know how ghosts have blood, but yeah. Now, we're going to do our recall. Back to Sol Matul. Now we can go talk to Nabani Mesa.
Is there something I can do for you?
Wise Woman's Yurt. We're going to ask her about the Nerevarine prophecies. Do I pass the test? She'll give you a journal entry and a couple pages of lore if you want to read them. It's very interesting if you want to understand more about the Nerevarine prophecies.
So good to see you.
Now, to get back to town a lot faster, we are going to use our divine intervention. Takes us to the nearest cult shrine. It looks like we're in Ganesis. So we can hop on the Silt Strider over here and head back to Caius. And we should save it. I save often because you really never know what's going to happen. The game could crash, or you could very easily get killed in a dungeon. Good old Ash Storm.
We met right.
Alright, back to Caius. We're going to ask him for orders. Ready for anything? Looks like we got to go to Fort Buckmoth and ask about a 6-house base.
Greetings to you.
We're going to mark while we're here. That way we come back to him when we're done with the quest. Fort Buckmoth is near Aldrune.
There are many creatures beyond the cities.
So we are going to travel to Aldrune.
Is there something you need?
Then we'll use our Divine Intervention, and it'll take us straight to the fort. Boom. Buckmoth. And you're going to talk to this lady right here. Ask her about the 6th House base. She'll explain some troopers went into a place called Illuminabi and were attacked by Corpus creatures and Dagoth Garrus. Ask her about Narmak, and she will mark it on your map. And when you get there, you're going to want to ask local people about the Illuminabi Sea Caverns. I'll leave this up here if anybody wants to read it. So it's a little bit of interesting lore.
What's this about?
Let's see, she's marked it on the map. And now, all that walking, we've made it to Narmak. I stopped recording because all that walking is just boring. Nothing exciting happened besides me getting attacked. We're going to find a local. Talk to this guy. Cartag Point. And he marks it on the map. So we are going to go head to Cartag Point. Alright, we've made it to Illuminabi. Gonna rest. Save. Because it can get ugly in here. Dreamer. And we'll save it after that. They definitely like to decorate with candles around here. It's not creepy at all. Somehow he found us in here. So I guess there's two of them. Nope, it's just one hit me really hard. Once again, that armor will so good. Put some money in our pocket. Marowak spine. Blackened heart. And we'll kill this guy. Oh, that didn't take forever at all. Gonna save it. Saving often is very wise and important because you really never know what's gonna happen. Or how many times you're gonna find these assholes that blast you with electricity. Like freaking Emperor Palpatine. Magic bag. Don't drop it on the ground like I just did. Looks like Dobby from Harry Potter. We're going to want to go into Soul's Rattle. And there's a Corpus Stalker. And there's a dead Corpus Stalker. This guy's a real pain in the butt. It's pissing me off. Alright, we're going to save because we're almost to Dagoth Gears. And there's going to be 2 Dreamers up here too. You can read all this. This is just Dagoth Gears talking to you about Dagoth Ur and the 6th house. Some interesting information. If you're into the lore, there's a lot here. And if you're interested in the story, you'll definitely want to read this because it's full of some good stuff. And then when you want to fight, go to goodbye. Well, this guy's a pain in the ass too. With his dying breath, Dagoth Gears smiles and curses you. Even as my master wills, you shall come to him in his flesh and of his flesh. He pretty much just gave us corpus disease now. Now, there's a few good things inside this room before we head back to Caius. The pair of glass boots. There's a 6th house amulet. One other quick thing I forgot to mention. If you want to read this note from Dagoth Ur, it's a good read too. And he also has a 6th house amulet, which is worth 2,000. And there's a couple other things we want to grab before we get out of this place. They are worth a lot of money if you want to sell them, or you can wear them because they're decent buffs. Fortify agility, 20%, 20 points. Fortify strength, 20 points. Even though we're using medium armor, I'm still going to wear them because they get a great buff. Alright, we're going to head back to Caius.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead.
We're going to ask him about orders. He tells you to take this Dwemer artifact to Tailfire and take it to Divot's Fear. Also, since he's a wizard, we're going to need levitation potions to get to his area. You'll see here in a little bit what I'm talking about. Before we go, to sell all this stuff. Alright, we're back in Almora. We are going to take Mage's Guild to Sadrith Mora. Check the chest. Oh, we haven't taken this stuff yet. Telfire is right about here. So we're going to get our magic back. While we're walking. Walking on the water. For the sake of time, I'll skip all this walking. Here we are at Telfair. We're gonna go right. Go into Hall of Fair. And we're going to use, if you have the spell, you can use it. I don't. I do, but I don't have enough magic for it. And we're gonna fly up here. First, we're going to take a few things. Grand Soul Gems. All that for 25 gold. Oh. And here's here's Divithfear himself at Telfire.
Go ahead.
We're gonna grab one of these keys, and if you want to, you can grab this Propellant Index. You won't need it for the main quest, but collecting the indexes is helpful if you get to the fortresses. Offer the Dwemer artifact as a gift. The Divine Disease. We'll ask him about the Divine Disease. Corpus Disease. He wants you to go down to the Carpusarium and pick up a pair of boots from one of the patients.
Questions again.
Also, you cannot attack anybody in here, or he won't help you anymore. So don't attack any of the corpus stalkers or corpus. Don't attack anything down here. Dwemer boots. You'll get the boots from him. The last Dwemer alive. Also, if you want some interesting lore, you could go through these different options and talk to him. Very interesting. That's if you're into all the Elder Scrolls lore. He's the last living Dwemer.
Speak, traveler.
I'm gonna rest real quick. Get our level up. I'll back up through here. Ask about the potion. And you have to say yes, give me the potion. See? No more corporate symptoms. Amazing. A bit surprised myself. So technically, we still have corpus disease, but all our symptoms are gone. So now we are immune to regular common disease, blight disease, and corpus disease. Now we will recall Dr. Caius.
A pleasure to meet you.
He's being recalled to the Imperial City. Yeah, ask him about promoted to operative. He'll give you a few things and you'll get a journal entry. Some of these items are handy. You're going to ask him about orders. And you want to find Mara Milo. And then this is the last time we'll see Caius. He's gone. I'll let you read that if you want to. Another dream. You wake, you hear something, and sense the presence of another nearby. If there's a 6th house base, and you try to rest nearby the 6th house base, you'll get attacked by these ash zombies in your sleep. Alright, now we gotta head back to Vivek City.
There is someone watching. I can tell.
Make sure we have... Okay, we'll need a divine intervention scroll. And while we're here, I'm gonna stock up on some potions. Alright, here we are at the Vivek Mages Guild, and we are going to head to the temple. We need to find Milo again.
Is there something?
You have one of those potions still. You can levitate all the way down here. We'll hop on the gondola. The gondola can take us to the temple faster. Travel to the temple. And remember, you want to make sure that you have a divine intervention scroll. The divine intervention scroll is something you need so that she can escape. And if you have the spell or an extra scroll, you can escape too. You'll see in a few minutes what I'm talking about.
What is it, Sarah? What words do you have for me, citizen? Move along.
Alright. This is her private apartment. You're going to want to make sure any ordinators aren't around. We're going to save it. And then on her dresser, she tells you everything that's going on with the Ministry of Truth, where she's locked up. She also tells you where you can get some divine intervention scrolls. And we'll take this note. Grab these extra potions. We don't need to take anything out of our apartment. There's nothing really interesting here. Alright.
Go on about your business. What is this about?
You're in my way, that's what this is about.
Tidings.
Alright, we're gonna climb up these stairs, and that's our destination, is that giant flying rock up there. Gonna drink one of our levitation potions, or use the spell if you have enough magic. We're gonna fly up here. Talk to this lady right here.
I've heard a lot about you, Outlander. Go ahead.
Visit anyone. She will give you a key to the Ministry of Truth. And while you're still flying, you want to come down here to this platform right here. We're going to save it because once you go inside, the guards will start trying to attack you. Don't attack them back. Just keep running and look for the... What you're looking for is the prison. It's kind of a maze, so it might take a few minutes to get. There's a temple. And this is why we stocked up on healing potions. We're gonna go this way. Just ignore them. There's the prison keep. Go through here. Go down here to this cell right here. And of course I'm out of magic. And I can't cast it because I'm getting the shit beat out of me. And there she is.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
Divine intervention scroll. So she can escape. She tells us about a place called Halaman, where the descendant priests are. And so we're going to say goodbye. Use divine intervention. And we are in Ebonheart.
Do I know you?
Go ahead, stranger.
Talk is free. What do you want?
Now that we got through all that, we're going to save it real quick. I know I save it a lot, but like I said, it's hard telling what's going to happen in this game. It could crash, we could fall through the floor, we could die, which happens quite a bit. But you don't learn the game unless you die a few times. Alright, we're going to go to Do I Know You? Ask her about go fishing. Say yes. And then you're going to travel to Azura's coast region.
Outlander, what do you want?
Oh, perfect. This door will not always be open. You need to rest until it's either 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. to get this to raise up. We just got lucky and it ended up being 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. while we're here.
Friend, are you the one I've heard talk about?
This guy is full of lore if you want to really dig into the story. He'll give you a lot of good books to read. We're going to ask him about the lost prophecies. That's what we really need. And he hands us the lost properties, Kagernak's tools, 7 curses, and now we need to go talk to Nibani Mesa again. Alright, I took a Silt Strider from Aldrun to Margan. Now I'm walking back to the Urshalaku camp. I'll show you the path that I take to get there. But if you don't want to watch all this, you can always skip ahead of the video. Because I get attacked a lot and there's tons of walking. And like I said, if you want to, there's always different caves or ancestral tombs to explore. Morrowind is a great game if all you want to do is just get lost exploring. I know this is part of a quest. This place. Those guys seem to follow me no matter where I go. Those assassins will only attack you if you have the Tribunal DLC installed. They're part of the quest. At least the starting quest to get into Mournhold. Let's get our health back up. We'll press on. The reason I'm recording all of this is so that you can see which path I take to get to Urshalaku camp. Because it's been a few quests before we've been here the last. And of course I get attacked by the rats of the sky every 5 seconds. What's Morrowind without getting attacked by 1,000 cliff racers every 10 seconds? Mutant bug. Alright, we're going to go cut to the right. Not much farther. There's also a cave right here if anybody wants to explore that. I recommend sometimes just pick a direction and walk in that direction, and you'll find all kinds of caves and mines and tombs. There's just a huge world to explore. I've been playing this game since I was 16, and I've not explored every single thing in this game. I always find something new or learn something different. It's an amazing, vast game full of stuff to do. Tons of activities. Alright, we're going to go talk to Nabani Mesa, the wise woman. Wise woman's yurt. And we're going to talk to her about lost prophecies. Ask her about her judgment. You were born on a certain day to uncertain parents, so you've passed the first trial. My dreams show me that you also fulfill the second trial, that neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. I have read the signs, but I cannot understand. Can you explain this to me? That you have overcome the curse of flesh is strange enough, but that it should protect you from blight and age is past belief. Yet the signs of my dreams are clear. You have passed the second trial, but the third trial is unfulfilled. The mystery of the third trial is not my secret to share. Go to Sul-Matul, the guardian of our cult, and he will tell you the third trial. When you have fulfilled the third trial, return to me for guidance on your next steps on the path of the Nerevarine.
I'm never too busy for good talk.
We're going to save it since it took us forever to get back here. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Now we want to go talk to the Ashcan. We're asking about the third trial. And there's a little bit of lore to read here about the story. Asking about Kogarun. Should have marked it on the map. Basically, we have to get some corpus weepings from a corpus beast, a cup with the house of House Dagoth, and the shadow shield which lies on the tomb of Dagoth Morin. And this is why we've stocked up on potions, and if this part of it gets a little difficult, I'd recommend leveling up a little bit, because this part can get really ugly. There are tons of enemies, and there are sleepers. Ascended sleepers, I should say. And there's a lot of ash ghouls, ash slaves, and corpus monsters. And the occasional Daedra, like Flame Atronachs. So if you feel like this part might be a little difficult for you, I would recommend leveling up. At least to maybe level 8. Go do some Fighters Guild or some Mages Guild. Or just go explore. There's always plenty to explore in this game, and it'll help you level up. Help you find some good loot. Maybe find a few pieces of gear that you can use. Some scrolls, potions. Let's make this daytime. There we go. I can see what the hell we're doing. That's Fallon Serrano, I think. Phallus Marion. Yeah, don't get these two confused with Kogaron and Phallus Marion. I've gone in there and looked all over the place and found out I was in the wrong dungeon the whole time. So don't make my mistake and pick the wrong stronghold. Kogaron is right here on your map. If you ask Solmatul about Kogaron, he'll mark it on your map for you. Head on over. Some walking to do. Get her fatigue back up. Now, if you pick medium armor as your armor specialization, if you picked heavy or light, that's perfectly fine. They work just fine. But right up here is a set of Ordinator armor, which is all medium, which is perfect for us. And we don't need that we don't need that broadsword. We'll need this. That's part of a quest. And then we will just take all this guy's armor, because it's a full set of medium armor. But remember, if you do take this armor and you talk to an Ordinator with the cuirass or the mask on, then they will try to kill you. Keep these to sell. We don't want to lose our gauntlets because that 20 agility and strength is really nice to have. Then these extra pieces we can sell when we get back to town. Alright, we got Ordinator armor. Gonna save it. And if you ever get lost in this, there's a great app that you can download called Morrowind Helper. I'm not trying to advertise this at all. I don't make any money off of it or anything like that. But it's called Morrowind Helper. It has a character planner. It helps you with enchants. It also helps with Like, if you're struggling with a quest, it can help you get hints. Here's our first item, the House Dagoth Cup. Don't forget to grab that. I don't think we need anything in here. Kill this guy. And these guys are a pain in the ass. I'm gonna drink some Flynn. Boost our strength. This is what I was talking about. These are the Dagoth Reller. There's the propylene chamber. Oh, I thought it was. We don't need to be in here. Alright. Some of these different ancient dark elf fortresses have propylene chambers, and use the propylene indexes to teleport between the different strongholds, which can be a good way to get around the map. But the indexes are hard to find. I've never even found all of them. The index will look like something like this. We're going to save it, because it can get ugly in here. These should have some corpus weepings. Oh. Take a 6th house amulet. There we are. Second item. We got a House Dagoth cup, and we also got our corpus weepings. Nothing really else interesting in here. Get our stats back up. And now that we have that item, we are going to save it. I'm just going down here because there's some stuff to loot. If you want to make a little bit of money while you're in here. She has an ebony short sword, which we're going to take. And the pocketpicks aren't important. There's 200 gold. Check him. He's got a few potions if you want to take them. Oh, raw ebony. Got a silver spear. It's not too much. And then this one over here, I'm pretty sure has a glass halberd in it. Yep. Glass armor. Get glass halberd. Decent amount for the sword. And if you pick light armor, then glass armor is where you want to go. I'm pretty sure it's the best light armor in the game, which is glass. Alright, here's our flame astronauts that I was talking about. Where'd that asshole go? Heal up. There's a clan fear. There's a lot of hangout for undead and Daedra in here. That's why I save often. And we're not going to mess with that guy. Actually, we should, because he's got a key. Him, I'm gonna blast him with spell. Another spell. This is why I said it's not a bad idea to level up before you come in here, because these guys can be pretty shitty about things. He's got our key, and he's got a 6th house amulet, which is worth 2,000. If you don't come in here and get the key from him, you can always just unlock it yourself. There's a Bone Lord. Let's get some fatigue back. There's a bunch of gold on the floor. If you want to pick it up, it'll take a while, but I'm really not even sure how much gold is here. There's a detect key potion. Get our health back. You always want to keep an eye on that fatigue bar, because if your fatigue's low, you're not going to hit very hard, you're not going to cast spells correctly, you'll fail casting spells very easily. Always watch your stats. If you ever need to stop and fill them up, don't hesitate to drink a potion. And if you need to stop, and heal, I recommend that. Always make your stats as high as you can get them before every fight. It'll make the game a lot smoother. Because I've gotten careless in the past and leave my stats down and then I get my ass handed to me. Alright, that guy fell. Let's see. I might drop some of this stuff. We need that. Do we have any more? There we go. I'm gonna fly over here. If I wasn't showing you where this shield is, I would just skip all this stuff so you guys don't have to watch me go through this whole dungeon. Save it. I'm pretty sure there's a greater bone walker down here. Getting closer. Nice thing about being a dark elf is we can get hit by these guys, and that fire damage doesn't do a whole lot to us. And if you want, you can loot these guys. Sometimes they have fire salts on them, which are worth 100 apiece, and they don't hardly weigh anything. And then there's some decent loot in here, which we might just grab it and run. Well, looks like we're going to kill this guy. The potions down here aren't really amazing, but right here is the prize. The Master's Lockpick, Frost Salts, and some Daedric Gauntlets. And this is what we really came for. And we are going to Divine Intervention out of here. Head back to Aldrune. If you were smarter than me, you would have marked and recalled to the Ursulaku camp, but I didn't. So I'm going to skip ahead so you guys don't have to watch me walk the whole way to Ursulaku. Now we're back at the Ursulaku camp. While I was off camera, I got us some more potions, sold all our loot, and now we need to talk to Sol Matul, because we got our 3 tokens: House of Tup Dagoth, Corpus Weepings, and the Shadow Shield. Ask him about the 3rd trial. He'll give you a riddle. And it looks like we have to find the Cavern of the Incarnate. What we'll do, we will mark here. Now when we're done, we could just come back here without walking the whole way. The Cavern of the Incarnate is a long walk.
Is there something?
So if you want to skip ahead of the video after I've walked there, you can. But I'm going to walk there just for everyone that wants to see how to get there, because it is a pain in the ass if you don't know where it's at. There's a random ancestral tomb if anybody wants to stop off and check that out. See if there's any goodies in there. We're going to avoid that dangerous shrine, because it would be fun to go in there and kill all those Daedra and see if they had any good stuff, but I'm just going to stay on track. If anybody wants to stop off and check that out. Let's change this up and get some light back. And of course, we get attacked. We'll get rid of the storm. We'll press on. Disease Kagudi. We're going to save it since we came this far. Because Morrowind is that unpredictable. There's a Dwemer rune, whatever you want to call it, right over here. If anybody wants to check that out. Be careful though, some of these dwarven runes are full of vampires. And vampires are not fun when you're at a low level. We're about halfway to the Cavern of the Incarnate. Some more Daedric runes. And this is the Cavern of the Incarnate, the door. Now, I'll show on the map right here. That's where we're at, and the Cavern of the Incarnate is right there. What we need to do, find out what time it is. It's 5 p.m., so we need to either go in at 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. for the door to unlock. So wait an hour.
In the dawn hour under Azura's star, the door is opened.
We're going to go over here and grab the Moon and Star ring.
Never reborn, incarnate. Your first 3 trials are finished. Now 2 new trials lie before you. Seek the Ashlander Ashcans and the Great House Councillors. 4 tribes must name you Nerevarine. 3 houses must name you Hortator. My servant, Nabani Mesa, shall be your guide. And when you are Hortator and Nerevarine, when you have stood before the false gods and freed the heart from its prison, heal my people and restore Morrowind. Do this for me, and with my blessing.
Alright. Now what we're going to want to do is all of these different false incarnates. We're going to want to talk to them. And there's a lot of lore. Lots of lore in here. If you want to go through and talk to each one of these people in here. Ask them about their story. Say my story. And they also give you some free stuff like books and weapons and gear. Now we will recall get our magic back up.
I feel as though I should know you.
We'll ask him about the Urshulaku Nerevarine, Council of Sol Matul. Then ask him to be Urshulaku Nerevarine. Need, duty, Urshulaku Nerevarine. And when he gives you the teeth of the Urshulaku, you have been named Nerevarine of the Urshulaku tribe. Now, our goal is to go visit the other Ashlander tribes. And then after that, we'll go after the different houses. Halalu, Redoran, and Telvanni. What I'm going to do is Divine Intervention.
Yes.
And we're going to go to the other side of the map. As the first tribe we're going to go to is right about here. But I want to go through town and get rid of some stuff. If you want to wear this Moon and Star ring, it's got some decent buffs. 5 personality, 5 speechcraft. I want to sell some of this loot though. So I'll skip ahead to where we get started. Alright, I've made the journey, so you guys didn't have to watch me do all that walking. We are at the Ahamusa camp, right here at the top of the map. We have to find one of the Gulakons.
I can spare a few moments if you care to talk.
They want to talk to him. I can't pronounce his name. And talk to him about the Nerevarine. Then he'll let you talk to the wise woman.
I can spare a few moments.
Good to see you.
This is the wise woman. You'll talk to her. Ask her about the Nerevarine prophecies, then ask her about the Nerevarine. I want the Ahamusa to name you Nerevarine. Safe place. Make it safe. Aldadroth. Accompany you. Now, we have to go north. So what we're going to do first is we are going to mark right here so we can come back to her when we are done. We're going right here, Aldadroth, to clear it out and make it safe. What we'll do before we go there is save it. Save, save, save. I know I've been saving and nothing bad really happens that we can't handle, but it's always safer just to save before you dig into this harder stuff. Because I've had my ass kicked many times and wish I had saved, and then have to start all the way back. Alright, we're taking the front way because it's a little easier than climbing all them hills. So you guys don't have to watch more of this walking. I'm going to stop the recording and continue when we get there. Took care of that guy. Now we have our damaged strength, so we're going to drink a couple potions. That's why I bring those just in case. Now that we've dealt with that guy, let's see what he's got. Some loot. Store fatigue. Alright, here we are at Aldadroth. I'm going to save it, because it gets kind of messy in here. Save. I save a lot. It's a good habit to get into if you're playing this game. Unless you're confident that you know you're going to survive. I don't like taking any chances with that. This is why I save, because it gets ugly in here. We kill this bitch because she keeps paralyzing everybody. Kill this golden saint next. This is one of those other reasons why I recommend leveling up before you get further into the main quest, because if you're not very experienced with the game or not very prepared, you're going to run into some real problems. Like, this game can get real frustrating real fast. Alright, now we are going to recall to her. And then what I'm going to do is use my Divine Intervention, because I need to get my strength healed. Go in here. We're going to go to the altar. Pay a blessing, or a donation for a blessing, and then restore attribute. And over here, let's see if he's got any restore potions for strength. He's got garbage. Okay. What's this guy got? Wait, he's got a bunch more crap too. Cure paralyzation. We need those. Cure poison. Need those. Well, crap, I forgot. Alright. We can head back. Only help if I had some fucking magic. Alright, we're gonna save right here. Talk to her, go to accompany you. Yes, please accompany to Aldadroth. Alright, now she'll follow you. She has a water walking spell, so that's why I use water walking too, because it's a lot faster to travel and you won't get mauled by the 8,000 slaughterfish in the ocean. The hard part's over. This is the easy part, is just walking her there, showing her that it's safe. The hard part is clearing it out. The dead cliff racer floating. Keep your fatigue up as much as you possibly can, because it affects how easy it is for you to hit something with a weapon and cast a spell. So whether you're a mage or a melee fighter, just about every action you do, if you have low fatigue, you're gonna fail quite often. That's why I keep that fatigue bar as high as I can. And sometimes you probably can't help it. My advice is stock up as many potions as you can. Make sure she's following, because she's the whole reason we're even coming all the way out here. I have lost her before, and it's a real pain in the ass when you gotta start over again. We'll have to get our gear repaired and sell some of the loot that we got before we go on to the next tribe. but I'll skip ahead so that you guys don't have to watch all of it. Because it's a lot of walking. Now we'll go in here.
Thank you.
I will say, name you Naravarine. And after she gives you the Mad Stone of the Ahamusa, you've been named Naravarine of the Hayamusa tribe. Now we're going to recall. So it brings us here. Then we're going to Divine Intervention. And going to head to the Mages Guild. And I'll see you when I'm at the next tribe. Here we are at the Zanab camp. It's right here on the map. Spending. We're going to ask the Ashkan about the Nerevarine. Ask him to set us a task. Ask him about the Nerano ancestral tomb. He'll give us some directions. He wants us to kill a vampire named Calvario. And we're going to mark right here. That way we can come right back to him after we kill the vampire. So I'm going to skip ahead to where I get to the tomb. Alright. I'm at the tomb. And it's right here on the map. There's Natuzlif. There's the Zanab camp. And I'm at the tomb right here. We're going to get our fatigue up. Going to save it. This guy can be a real pain in the kazoo. He hits like a fucking truck. Also, there's a bone walker in here. And some skeletons. Which shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's behind this door, so we're gonna save it. And he's got some vampire dust, which is worth a little bit. We'll see if there's anything in here to loot. Yeah. And nothing worth our time. Okay. Now we're going to recall.
What do you want, Outlander?
Dead. Well, then perhaps I was mistaken. Perhaps you should be the Nerevarine. Now he wants us to go get a bride for him. And to ask the old, the wise woman, what kind of woman to get him. He wants a highborn Telvanni bride.
Greeting.
Council. Alright. We're gonna go get a slave from Telaroon. and I will stop the video here so that you don't have to see all this walking. Alright, here we are. And Telerone is on the map because we discovered it already. I'm right about here. We're going to go talk to this woman over here.
May your battle show only victory, friend.
Something special. Exquisite clothes. She wants us to go get some exquisite clothes from someone in Telmora. Alright, we're going to mark right in front of her. Might help if I had magic. And I might as well get my fatigue up. Alright. We're going to get on the boat. Telmora.
Is there something I can do?
And now we need to find the clother. Barter. And we need... We'll get a little bit of exquisite everything. Exquisite shirt. Exquisite shoes. Exquisite skirt. These exquisite items, like the jewelry, those are in case we want to make enchantments later on. They make really good enchantments, at least in my experience. And we're going to offer.
What is this about, Dunmer?
Now we will recall.
Is there something I can do for you?
Exquisite clothes. Something special. Now we have to go to the apothecary to buy some Telvanni bug musk. Thankfully, he's literally around the corner. And we'll get another bottle just in case we need it. First, boost our personality. Whoops. We have to stock up on magic potions. Something special. Now we'll open her cage. Go to talk to her. Some presents. Give her the bug musk and the clothes. And then we'll go to travel together. This is one of the most pain in the ass quests because while you're going there, you'll get attacked by slaughterfish left and right. So, I'm going to save. And then we will start our adventure. I'm also going to make it daytime. That way we can see in the water. And we need to protect her no matter what. Until we can get back to the Ashcon. She does have a healing spell. which is really helpful because if she gets attacked, she can heal herself. This is probably one of the most annoying parts of this whole quest. And I'll stop the recording until I get there. Here we are back at the Zainab camp. And now we need to go talk to the Ashkan.
Is there something?
Make sure she's following us.
Thank you.
My bridegroom. Okay. Now you go talk to him.
I sincerely feel moment.
Telvanni bride.
Care to talk.
And he said, and as I've said, I will name you the Zainab Nerevarine, war leader of the Zainab and protector of the people. I must also give you the Zainab thong, an enchanted heirloom of the tribe which shall be assigned to all Dunmer that the Zainab have named you the Nerevarine. It's a thong. Yeah. Now, we have one more camp. And then we will have all the tribes named us Nerevarine. So for the sake of time, I'm going to stop the video and I'll start it when I make it to the camp. Here I am at the Robinimson. I can't even pronounce it. I'm at their camp. And we are going to go talk to the wise woman. After we kill this giant bug.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
Irving prophecies. You can read that some of the members of the tribe, including the Ashkan and the Gulakans, are not peace-loving, and she wants them to be peace-loving, in short. And I have to go kill these people real quick. And then we'll come back and talk to her. So we're going to save it. Alright, we're going to take his robe. You could take these if you want to. One's shield, one's agility, but if you picked up the other ones from the 6th house base, then these really aren't that important. They're not really worth a whole lot either. But make sure you pick up the robe. Now we gotta kill this guy. No, I don't know if we need this, but we're gonna take it anyway. Get some fatigue back. Oh, we gotta kill both of these guys, so we're gonna save it. Take the amulet. And him, we're going to take his axe. Now we need to go talk to the wise woman. Now we have to persuade Gulakan Hanamu to become Ashkan. So we're going to go talk to him.
I'm never too busy.
Please go ahead.
This guy right here.
Yes, what may I do for you?
Give him the robe. Make a little speech. Ask him about wanting to be Ashkan again. Give him the heart fire and give a little speech. Give him the axe and make a little speech. And then I shall name you Nerevarine. Now we have been named Nerevarine of all the Ashlander tribes.
I'm never too busy for good talk.
Now I give you the seizing. I'm not even sure what that item is. Telekinesis. Okay. Now, you can do this in any order. Just like you could do the Ashlander tribes in any order. Now you have to get the 3 great houses to name you Hortator, or a war leader. So I'm going to start by the Telvanni. But that means we got to go all the way up here to Telmora. And I'll see you there. Alright, here we are at Arion's chamber. The first guy you got to talk to, he's the first counselor in the House Telvanni to start the Hortator quest.
Yes?
Hortator is a lot of just running around and talking to people. It's a lot of legwork. We'll talk to this guy, Arion. And we're going to mark right here. Help if I had some freaking magic. Alright. Telvanni Hortator. We'll ask about Telvanni counselors. He'll give us a book. And we can go get started. We can always start with Tel Naga. We'll use Divine Intervention. We're back in Sadrith Mora. And a lot of these, since they're Telvanni wizards, you're going to have to do a lot of levitating. So make sure you stock up on Rising Force potions or be able to cast the Levitate spell. Try to get around her. We can't, so we're going to have to taunt her and kill her. That's the fastest way. Counselor Neloth. We're going to have to bribe him a little bit. Ask him about Telvanni Hortator. And if his disposition is high enough, he'll accept you. Now I'm going to skip ahead to the next ones because there's a lot of walking around and a lot of moving around, but I will show you on the map where I'm at. Right now, right here in the middle of Sadrith Mora is where Neloth is. We're going to go to the next counselor. I'm going to go get the most difficult one and get it out of the way, because one of the counselors you actually have to kill, and he also has 2 Dremora bodyguards and then 2 other people in the building that attack you. So this part's going to be difficult, so if you need to level up or stock up on potions before we get there, that would be very wise. Make sure you use your best armor and weapon. Best spells, whatever you need. Because this guy can really hit hard. Also, he paralyzes. And this is Counselor Gothrin. You get the idea of where we're at. I'll skip ahead to him. Alright, here we are at Gothrin. We are in Tellarun, at the highest tower, the very top. He has 2 Dremora bodyguards.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
There's a woman downstairs that'll attack us. And there's a wood elf over here that'll attack us. So our best bet is to taunt him until he attacks us, so they won't attack us. So we're going to save. And we will taunt him. The great thing about Morrowind, you taunt someone and they attack you and you kill them, it's not illegal. Bribe, taunt.
You will die.
Damn it. Now, we took care of him. He's got a Daedric dagger. He's got some decent potions. Grab those. Take our gold back from taunting him. The Dremora will take his ebony short sword because that's worth some money. You could take the Daedra heart if you want to. The Dwarven Claymore is not really that important. We'll heal up. And I will see you at the next counselor. Alright. We took a boat from Sadrith Mora up here, all the way down to Telbernora, to Thorana, one of the counselors. We'll go find her. Pretty sure she's the crazy one. At least you'll find that out if you do the Telvanni. Now we need to find Thorana. She's right here. She's crazy. Ask her about Telvanni Horditor. Tell your story. Looks like we're going to have to bribe her. Listen politely. Continue. And then you'll ask her about it again. Says, oh, you want to be Horditor? Certainly, go right ahead. Whatever you like, I don't mind. What were we talking about? Yeah, she's completely crazy. I'm going to head to the next counselor. And I will see you then. Alright, here we are in Gnesis. I want to show you where this place is because it's hard to navigate to if you don't know where you're at in Gnesis. You're going to want to go inside here to Arv's Drellin. We're going to go to the left. He has some monsters summoned, but they will not attack you. Alright, we need to open this lock. If you want to, you can pick the trap with a probe, but you don't have to. Alright. Here we are at Baladas.
What do you need?
We are going to bribe him. Then we're going to ask him about Telvanni Horditor. Tell your story. And he will give you your vote. His vote, anyway. But yeah, he has these summons and they don't bother you. I will see you at the next counselor. Alright, we are at the city of Talmora. If you put your mark and Telvos at Arion, then you could just go straight over to Talmora. I know that this particular counselor does not like men, so we have to get her disposition as high as we can get it. And it's all the way at the top of this tower, so you'll need a levitation potion or the spell if you have it. And here she is. Dratha. And already she hates us. So we're going to bribe her. Then we're going to ask about Telvanni Horditor. Since we're a man, hurl yourself at her feet and plead for hearing. And we will get a journal entry and a summon Golden Saint Scroll, which will come in really handy. Now, we just recall back to Arion.
May I help you?
And then we'll ask him about Telvanni Horditor. And then he will give the robe of the Horditor. And that is the House Telvanni Horditor. Now, we'll go to the Halalu one next. So I'll see you at the first counselor. Alright. We are heading to the Halalu quarter of Vivek City. And just as a side note about the Telvanni Horditor, if you go to Dratha and you're a female, you'll have a lot better time persuading her to name you Horditor without having to hurl yourself at her feet. Now we're going to go talk to a guy named Crasius Curio.
What do you think?
I won't ruin it, but he's a very interesting character.
I'm listening.
And we are going to mark. Might help if I have some freaking magic. Ask about Halalu, Hortitor. Give him 1,000 gold. And then ask him about a little suggestion. And he will give you the names. And we can always ask about Halalu counselors. So, we'll start with the 2 that are in Vivek City, and I will see you at the next one. Alright, here we are at St. Olms. And we have 2 people to visit here in St. Olms, 2 Halalu counselors. I'm just showing you how I'm getting there. I'm right by the temple in Vivek City. So I'm going to show you how to get there because it's a long walk. And we'll start with Yingling. It's hard to say his name. He's got a really weird name. We can go here first. This is the Haunted Manor. Make sure you get these lockpicks. Not really important, but... And then we're going to need our open door spell. It's got a level 50 lock on it. You're going to want to talk to Dremburo. Ask him about Halalu Hortitor. And then you'll get a journal entry. And we'll move on to the next one. Let's see. Ingling Manor. We're going to go back here. You can either taunt and kill this guy, or you can pay him a bribe. 2,000 gold, whatever you want. I'm just going to bribe him because I have the gold. And we are right here in St. Olms. You get 2 of the counselors right here in St. Olms. And I will head to the next one, and I will see you there. Alright, I'm right outside the foreign quarter of Vivek City, and I'm heading to the Dren Plantation. Right here. You want to go to him first before you talk to the other 2 counselors. Because what you do with him will determine whether they decide to give you their vote or not. And also, like I've said before, there's a great app on Android. I'm not sure about iPhone, but it's called Morrowind Helper. It can show you all the quest markers and where you need to go for each quest. I've done this so many times I don't need it, but sometimes it's really nice to have a good reference to look at. Alright, we're almost at the Dren Plantation. Alright. Now, two things with this guy. You can either go down here, wait for the guard to go away. You could go inside here, and there's some chests and some stuff to loot. And you can get some papers to blackmail this guy. Personally, I'd rather just bribe him and talk him into joining and giving me his vote. I'm going to save it. Gonna bribe him. And now he's giving you his vote. And you go to Belanda Omani and then Navina Yules. And I will see you there. The other two aren't as hard to find. I will see you there in a few minutes. But just to show you which way I'm going, back there is the Dren Plantation. And we are heading east. Not west. I thought it'd be a little easier to show you the direction I'm going instead of just popping it on the map. These are a little easier to find. The Telvanni ones, you have to go all over the place. Yules, and we are at Navina. There she is. And we'll ask her about Halalo Hortitor. You'll get a journal entry and she'll give you her vote.
May I help you?
Now, this one's a little farther away. The Omani Manor. Omani. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. We're going to start heading south. Should be right around here. Might help if I didn't walk into a fucking tree. And for the sake of time, so you don't have to watch me walk all the way there, I'll just show it on the map. See you in a few minutes. Alright, here we are at the Omani Manor. We're going to go inside. It is located right here on the map. I wish I could pronounce some of these dark elf names. Even though they're my favorite race, I have no idea how to pronounce half their freaking names. And we are going to talk to Belanda. Ask her about Halalu Hortitor, and she will give you her vote. Now, let's get some stats back. Drop your shit on the floor like I just did. Alright. And we're going to want to recall back to Crasius.
Go ahead.
And we will ask him out Halalu Horditor. And once he gives you the belt of the Horditor, you have now been named Halalu Horditor. Now we're off to Aldaroon. I will see you there in a few minutes. Alright, here we are in Aldaroon. While we were off recording, I repaired our gear, bought us some potions, got us all stocked up and ready. We are heading to the giant crab shell. You'll see what I mean in a second. I feel like Redoran Horditor is a lot easier because all the counselors are in one spot. You don't have to run all over the planet looking for people just to get a vote. You do have to do a quest for the main guy first before he will give you his vote. And it's not too difficult. I'll walk through everything, because I want you guys to be able to beat this game too and enjoy it while you're playing through it. That's the whole point. Have fun. Enjoy the game. Sarethi Manor. And you can see... Oh, I'll have to go back outside. Alright. We're here. And what we are going to do is mark, save, alright, we're going to ask him about Redoran Horditor. Tell your story and ask to be confirmed. And he wants you to rescue Varvar Sarethi from the Venom Manor. And we are going to do that. Okay. It's not too difficult. You're going to need a decent lockpicking and... Or you could just use your open spell that we got. We're going to go into the Venom Manor. Take a right. Make this a separate save, because sometimes when you open this you could get bounty. And we're going to go use this. Yeah, crime recorded. Oh well, it's not very much. Travel together. Then make a run for it. Don't fight her at all. Just make a run for it. He'll follow you. We're at the door. Go in. Make a run for it. Because everybody else will try to kill you too. Boom, we're out of there. Alright. Now we want to go back to Sarethi Manor. We'll wait a minute so we get this guy out of the way.
Yes, sir. What do you want? Thank you.
Ask him about Varvar Sarethi. Now we'll ask about Redoran Horditor. Now I'm going to ask about the counselors. He'll give us a book. And here's a list of all the people we need to go to.
What do you think about
And we will save it. like I said, all these counselors are in the same area, so this is a lot easier than the other ones, which is why I saved this for last. Ramarin Anner. Walk all the way down here and go into the private quarters. And here's Ramarin. Ask him about the Redoran Horderer, not Halalu. He gives you his vote. And we'll head back out. See what kind of bounty we got. 23, that ain't nothing. I've had way more than that. Alright. Now we're going to head on over to Lathri Manor. Go inside. Nope. Let it past it. Or went to the wrong door. There he is. Gonna ask him about Redoran Horderer. Alright, we got his vote. That's 2. Alright, now Red Tong, and then I'm pretty sure this is Minor Erebor in here. Erebor. Then we'll find Minor Erebor. What he mines, I have no idea. Maybe he's a Minecrafter. Ask him about Redoran Horderer. You can read this if you want to. Alright. 2 more.
What do you think of our city, Outlander?
4 gold. Huh, nice. Oh, it's 23. That was our reputation. Duh. Now we're looking for a woman. Her last name is Morvain. And she will be down. She should be down on the lower level. And yep, here she is. And we want to talk to this woman right here.
What do you need?
Redoran Horderer.
May I help you?
Now we got to go back to Venom Manor.
What do you think of our city?
If you want to, there's a shop over here. I think it's this guy. This lady. Grandmaster. Master Hammers. Wouldn't hurt to buy some. Just buy all of them. Those will come in handy. Alright, now we have to go to the Vidim Manor and challenge him to a duel. Then we'll have to beat him in Vivek City in the arena. And he's no pushover. He's actually pretty tough to kill, but the stuff he drops is really good money.
I can spare a few moments.
As you can see already, he's wearing ebony, which is worth some money. Veteran Hortitor. I will meet you there if you dare to face me in a duel of the death. Alright. Well, what we will do... Exit here. I will see you when we're in Vivek City. Arena. Alright, we're in the Arena Canton. Get our fatigue back up. Once we get in here, we're going to have to fight this guy. What we will do first is save, of course, because this guy might beat my ass. He's got a Daedric Daikatana. We're going to save it. We're going to jump down here. Like I said, this guy's a motherfucker. He hits like a fucking train. Beat his ass down. Alright. He's got a lot of good stuff. Here's the key to his manor. Plus he's got all this ebony armor. I want this. Dispose of corpse. And we are able to carry all that. Now that we've killed him, we're going to recall Ethan Serethi. Ask him about Redoran Hortitor. And then you'll get a bunch of journal entries. And then now we have to go to Vivek Temple. But first, I'm going to go sell a bunch of this stuff. So I will see you at Vivek Temple in a few minutes. Alright. I've got our Daikatana. Our Daedric Daikatana. I got it enchanted. I sold a bunch of our loot. So we made a nice chunk of money on that ebony armor. And then of course it cost me money to get this weapon enchanted. And now we need to talk to the Archcanon. So we're going to head this way. Because they have to unlock a door to be able to get in.
My time is precious.
And of course someone's sitting in the way. There we go. Now, use the scroll. Talk to this guy. We'll go to Temple's Doctrine. Yes, I will meet with Vivek. He gives you 2 keys and a palace key. So we can open this door now. Now we get to go talk to Vivek. Alright. Business. Yes, I accept Wraithguard. Yes, I so swear. Continue. If you want to read all this, this is good lore to read through. We'll ask about council. And then if you want to go through all this stuff, there's a lot more lore here. Basically, we have to go on the other side of the ghost fence and get Keening and Sunder now. But now that we have Wraithguard, we didn't lose too much strength. Alright. I am going to head to Aldrune, and I'll show you how to get to the Ghost Gate. I'll see you in a little bit. Alright, I apologize. I should have told you to go through these different options, because they have a lot of information that defeat Dagothur. A lot of information. I'm pretty sure he marks it on your map. Yep, there we go. There's Dagothur, Odrasol where Keening is, and then Viminal where Sunder is. So I apologize, I should have told you to go through that first. That way it's marked on your map. So we want to get Keening first, and we want to go for Sunder. Then we can get to the end of the game and fight Dagothur. And I will see you at the Ghost Gate. Now we're going to get ready to head to the Ghost Gate. And my best advice would be, while you're in civilization, stock up on as many potions as you think you'll need. Get your armor repaired. Buy whatever spells you think you'll need. Because this next part can get difficult with all the ash zombies and ash vampires. They can hit pretty damn hard. So, get yourself prepared for this fight. And we will head to the Ghost Fence. Alright, here we are at the Ghost Gate. And we're all prepared to take down Dagothur. We're closing in on the ending of the main quest of Morrowind. And I would save before going in here, because there are a lot of enemies. And if you feel like you won't be able to handle this, go take some time, do some guild quests, level up. Because the Ghost Gate inside the Ghost Fence is full of enemies. We're heading to Odrasol. And it's always ash storm in here, so it's hard to see. Not even sure what's in this cave. I've never been here. Here we go with the ash ghouls. Get our stats back up. I use my travel stained pants and fly up there. Maybe I should have picked a different spot to fly, but hey, we're getting there. Here we are, Odrasol. Let's save it. Go inside. Most of these doors will be locked. There we have keying. And remember, before you equip Keening or Sunder, either one, make sure you have the Wraith Guard on, or you'll die. It'll kill you instantly. There's Keening. If you want to go in farther and kill the Ash Vampires and all the Daedra in here, you can. I'm going to press on to Viminal. Alright, here we are at Viminal. Gonna heal up. Oh boy, one of these. Alright, we are in here looking for Sunder. And it's being held by one of the Ash Vampires. Also, there's a Grandmaster's Calcinator and a Grandmaster's Alembic. If you're interested in alchemy. Heal up. Press on. Alright, before we fight this guy, we're going to save it. He has the Amulet of Heart Fire. Heart Heal, I mean. 6th House Amulet. And Sunder. Alright. Now remember, you have to have Wraith Guard equipped. Or Sunder will kill you. And it's not just slowly, it'll kill you fast. This is why I save often in here. Because these enemies are not easy. It could be a challenge. Go back upstairs. There's plenty more stuff to loot in here if you want to loot. But for the sake of time, I'm just looking at the couple of check marks, but I'm just making a guide for you guys. So I don't want you to have to drag through watching me loot everything. Alright. Now we are going to Dagothur himself. I will see you there. Alright, here we are at Dagothur. And to get inside, we need to use this crank right here. While we're in here, gonna save it.
Come, Nerevar, friend or traitor, come. Come, the children from our heart and the cool of the and bring Wraithguard. Come to the heart chamber. I wait for you there, where we last met countless ages ago. Come to me through fire and war.
Get our fatigue back up.
Welcome, Luminous Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Go up here if you want to. Just kind of showing the area a little bit. This is part of a quest. And this guy's got a full suit of glass armor if you need glass armor. That's worth some money. But for the sake of a guide, let's free the cursed false gods. Alright. Restore strength. He must have really hurt us good. Alright. Back to full.
Welcome, Neramar. Together we shall speak for the law and the land, and shall drive the mongrel dogs of the Empire from Morrowind. Is this how we want to set out? Far from Morrowind, come to the old, not by stealth.
Blood Rain. For some money. Alright, here we are, Dagoth.
Welcome, luminous star, to this place where destiny is made.
Parting words. Continue. Continue. And then we'll ask the final questions. You can answer these any way you want to. And then prepare to fight. Get our stats back. And we are going to want to save it here. Prepare a levitation spell or enchantment. He hits really hard, so you're going to have to heal yourself quite a bit.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence. How could you be so naive? No recall or intervention can work in this.
You want to hit the heart of Lorkhan twice with Sunder. Heal up. Equip Keening. You want to fly to the other side of this bridge. Now we'll climb to the top. Like I said, you could walk down there, but I always find it faster to try to levitate down there, take out the heart. If you have any questions, you can always ask me in the comments. Also, don't forget to download the Morrowind Helper app. That is an amazing resource. It helps a ton. I even use it sometimes. You want to use this Dwarven crank to get this door open. And then we will find Azura right here. Talk to her.
You no longer bear the burden of prophecy. You have achieved your destiny. You are free. The doomed Dwemer's folly, Lord Dagoth's temptation, the tribunal's seduction, the god's heart freed, the prophecy fulfilled. All fate sealed and sins redeemed. If you have pity, mourn the lost. But the weeping cease. The blight is gone, and the sun's golden honey gilds the land. Hail, Saviour, Hortator, and Nerevarine, your people look to you for protection. Monster and villains, great and small, still threaten the people of Ardenville. Enemies and evils abound, yet indomitable will might rid Morrowind of all its ills. For you, our thanks and blessing, our gift and token given. Come, take this thing from the hand of God.
Alright. Now we will get Azura's ring. And you have successfully completed Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, the main quest. If you have any questions, comment down below. This is my very first guide video, so I know it's not perfect, but I did my best that I could, and I am always looking for ways to improve. Thank you for watching, and I had a lot of fun doing this and put a lot of work into this to make sure it was clear. And like I said, I know it's not perfect, but I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for watching.